Mike Armstrong's Match Me If You Can races for 3 wins in a row against rivals CrossFit, Raising Rusty, and now Meadowbranch Noble dropping down from the open.
The pocket as well and come second over. They're on that final turn now. They went past 3/4, 135 and 2. Not 100% sure about that, but Paradise Money looking sure on the front end now, cruising with a 4-length advantage over a fast closing Craft Made and Coltrane DeVee. Paradise Money over Craft Made. Coltrane DeVee was third. And Regina Beinhauser of Venetia, Pennsylvania. Paradise Money is trained by Jean-Francois Maguire and driven to his 5th seasonal victory by Denis St. Pierre. We'll have an official time for you as soon as I can get that. Results are now official. The track, Hatikva on the inside has some fight. We'll revisit the 3/4 clocking. One thing's for sure, this is Ciel Bleu's race to win or lose for Guy Gagnon. Out there in a going away victory. Coming on for place, that was Donatover ahead of Ms. Franny. 157 flat. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Muscle Mass out of Volonté, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporé with Gestion Louis Latulippe Incorporé, bred by Écurie Provocante of Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the 2nd win of the season for Ciel Bleu. 157 the time, his fastest this season. Quarters, no sport pun intended, has a lot of challengers coming after him now, including Mock Art in Motion, widest there as they come down the stretch. Monty's Gone Marble leaving the pocket for the inside path, coming on wide. That's Mock Art in Motion. Mock Art in Motion going to win this one with a motionless Guy Gagnon in the sulky ahead of Mickey. Makes some speed and no sport pun intended. 154 and 2. Out of Because I'm KG, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, Darren Tingley of Ontario, and Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia, bred by Lloyd Howley of Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. Back-to-back wins for Guy today. Mock Art in Motion. And they turn for home. Here comes a wide move from Anna's Wish for Marie-Claude Auger. Anna's Wish making the better's wishes come true today as favorite. She finishes ahead of the Gray, Era of Love, and Raptors 1 up for show in 154 and 1. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 4 winner, number 4, Anna's Wish. She's a 4-year-old bay mare by Lazarus out of Keystone I Wish, owned by Sylvain Cote of Joliet, Quebec. Bred by John McGill of Albion, Indiana. Trained by Robert Bernicki and driven to her 5th victory of the year by Marie-Claude Auger. Leader Dylan's Bank down the stretch. They're dueling on the front end. It looks like Get Your License Liam has put away Dylan's Bank, charging late Probert's Legacy on the outside. Get Your License Liam needs the wire. Here comes Probert's Legacy, but it's Get Your License Liam for Jimmy Gagnon over Probert's Legacy, about 4 lengths back to 3rd place finisher Dylan's Bank, 153 and 4. Bert Montgomery of Carp, Ontario, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Get Your License Liam is now the official race 5 winner. That's his 4th win of the season in start number 26. And that's a new seasonal mark for Get Your License, Liam, 153 and 4. Sealster and out and moving into second over 4th. That's Irresistible, 131 and 1 at 3/4, and they're still led coming down the stretch by Betts Beach. Coming on late, that is Conquest Sealster, but it might be too late. Widest of all, Irresistible up the inside. Time to Dancing. It's going to be Betts Beach finishing ahead of Irresistible, and Time to Dancing up for show in 153 and 2. Tessier of Trois-Rivières and Jean Allaire of Montreal. Betts Beach was bred by Pierre Leclerc of Quebec, trained by Yves Tessier, driven to victory by the drummer Pascal Berube. He equals his seasonal best and lifetime mark of 153 and 2. And results are now official. Pocket sitting, going yard. Third on the outside, Woodmere Macarena not doing enough. Coming wide from the back of the field, Dolly Daydream as they head down the stretch. Beach Journey trying to make it a winning journey on the front end. Coming up the inside, going yard down the middle of the track. Beauty is Blind. Beach Journey. A front-end journey today ahead of Going Yard and Beauty is Blind in 155 and 1. By Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporé with Frédéric Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec. Beach Journey was bred by Nathan Eicher of Spencerville, Indiana. Trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. The 155 and 1 victory is her fastest this season, in her 4th win of the year in start number 16. Sporty's Best Bet, and they head down the stretch now, battling for the lead. Sporty's Best Bet on the inside. Little Casara is still out there, and also coming on late, Simply the Best. Little Casara versus Simply the Best. I think Little Casara held on over Simply the Best. Sporty's Best Bet for show in 158 and 1. Returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle. Unofficial Race 8 winner number 1, Little Casara. A 3-year-old brown filly by Dally out of Casara's Song, owned by breeder Ross Hitchens of Westbrook, Ontario, trained by Cara Stacey, driven to victory by Samuel Fillion. She equals her 158 and 1 lifetime mark. This is her 2nd lifetime win in career start number 5. Match Me If You Can for the stretch drive. On the outside, Meadow Branch Noble. Inside, fighting back, Match Me If You Can. But it looks like Meadow Branch Noble is going to deliver Guy Gagnon's 4th win of the day ahead of Match Me If You Can. Show is between Southwind Russian and Mask of Zorro, 156 and 4. Rideau Carleton Winners Circle. Unofficial Race 9 winner from Post 9. Meadow Branch Noble, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Explosive Matter out of When Mars Memo. Owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. Bred by Hans Engren of Abbottstown, Pennsylvania. Trained by Mandy Archer. Driven by Guy Gagnon. It's a 7th win this season for Meadow Branch Noble in start number 23. The Thursday card at Rideau Carleton Raceway featured 9 races with many exciting moments, including the return of Meadow Branch Noble to the winner's circle. The 7-year-old son of Explosive Matter and When Mars Memo got the job done from the trailing post in the last race for Guy Gagnon, his 4th win of the card. Finishing second as beaten favorite was Match Me If You Can for trainer Mike Armstrong, and Driver Samuel Filion, who became Canada's fastest trotting mare on a 5/8 mile track of the 2024 season with her August 15th win at this track in 1:55 and 2. Join us again for more live racing from the nation's capital on Sunday, August 25th, 6:30 p.m. post time.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live. Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway on this Sunday evening, August 25th, our 41st race night of the 2024 meet. Post time for tonight's 10 live races coming up at 6:30 p.m. for the first. The track is fast and weather conditions clear. 27 degrees Celsius, our temperature, or 81 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the northwest, 4 kilometers an hour, 7 miles per hour. Humidity is at 47%. We have a few changes coming up. We'll get around to those momentarily. Tonight is the last night of the Capital Fair, visible alongside the Rideau Carleton backstretch. That's the Ferris wheel that you can see when the horses go along the backstretch. So if you've been thinking about it, tonight is the last night to visit the Capital Fair. And we hope you come back to Rideau Carleton as well if you do check out the fair. The Colville Cup is coming up in our racing schedule. Highlight of the racing year. That's on Sunday, September 1st, 6:30 p.m. next Sunday, showcasing some emerging driving talent here in the nation's capital. We're about 25 minutes away from post time for race 1. Currently on screen, a suggested pick 4, 20-cent base wager from track handicapper Glenn Pearson. The pick 4 kicks off in race 2. We have changes, however, that begin starting in race 1. We do have quite a number of changes today to the program. Our highlight race for this week in harness racing was at Woodbine Mohawk Park on Saturday night. The William Wellwood Memorial Final for 2-year-old trotters went to Maryland with a stunning upset by over 4 lengths in 153 and 4 for driver Dexter Dunn and trainer Marcus Melander.
Tactical Dynasties made a break. Tactical Dynasty bubbled over and made a break going into the first turn. Landing fourth now is Emoticon Legacy. A gap of 2 back into 5th extended session. Racing up with them from in 6th is Southwind Caspian. Further back to 7th is Warrior. Then at the inside is Get a Star from the Sky from an 8th. 9th inside is Look at Me Go Amigo. The opening quarter trotted with Maryland fronting the field. Here's pressure. Emoticon Legacy is rushing up to take on that leader, and Emoticon Legacy will clear. Maryland is back into second. Nordic Catcher is right there with them from in third. Fourth inside is Man Forest back into 5th extended session. 6 towards the rail for Southwind Caspian. Getting underway 7th now, trots up Warrior. Halftime passed by, and it's Emoticon Legacy leading into the final turn. Up front a length and a half. Maryland into second. Tipped out third comes Nordic Catcher trying to advance. In at the rail from in fourth is Man Force, who takes the short path right to a blind switch. Outside 5th extended session. 6th to the rail is Southwind Caspian. 7th and overled is Warrior now. Then inside, Get a Star from the Sky. Outside, Look at Me Go Amigo. 3/4 of a mile, and it's Emoticon Legacy turning home. Emoticon Legacy leads at a length. Second to the outside is Nordic Catcher. Shooting up the inside is an upset-minded Maryland. Maryland is coming through, traded paint late. Maryland strikes the front for Dunn. Nordic Catcher on the outside into second, but it's Maryland. Maryland scoots up the inside and gets all the dough for Dunn in the William Wellwood Memorial Final. What a mile for Maryland. Maryland trotted away from them. He won it by 6.
An upset in the William Wellwood Memorial Final for the 2-year-old trotters, and it's the son of Chapter 7 Maryland, who got in last week with his 4th place effort. But tonight, I mean, right from the get-go, if there was anyone right on the gate almost pushing it away.
Catcher shooting up the inside. It's an upset-minded Maryland. Maryland is coming through. Traded paint late. Maryland strikes the front for Dunn. Nordic catcher on the outside into second. But it's Maryland. Maryland scoots up the inside and gets all the dough for Dunn in the William Wellwood Memorial Final. What a mile for Maryland. Maryland trotted away from them. He won it by 6.
We're about 19 minutes away from post time for race 1 tonight at Rideau Carleton. Thank you for joining us. Lots of people at the picnic tables for one of the last nights of summer racing. We do have a number of changes to pass along. Some drivers not able to make it back in time from Trois-Rivières. There was racing at Hippodrome 3R, of course, this afternoon. So there were a number of driver changes. Also, a couple of equipment changes that we'll get around to very shortly. For those working out their wagers on race 1, I will pass along right now that the 2 on a hot streak has a driver change from Guy Gagnon to Mike Healy. That's the 2 in race 1 on a hot streak. Change the driver from Guy Gagnon to Mike Healy. Also in race 1, the 5, Chef. Change the driver from Pascal Berube to Jimmy Gagnon. Jimmy Gagnon will be driving 5, Chef, in race 1, not Pascal Berube. For those looking at the early daily double, there were also 2 scratches in race 2. The 4, Hellas Rocket, a judge's scratch, injured. That's 4, Hellas Rocket, scratched in race 2. And also the 8, Century Jazz, scratched in race 2. And there were 2 driver changes in race 2. The 5, Bauer Power, going from Guy Gagnon to Jeff Taylor. That's Jeff Taylor driving 5, Bauer Power, in race 2. And 8, Century Jazz is scratched. Therefore, Stéphane Pouliot will be driving 9, Battle of York, instead of Melanie Plourde. Change the driver on 9, Battle of York, in race 2 to Stéphane Pouliot. Those are just a few of the changes. We'll discuss more of them as they become available. We're 15 minutes away from post time for race 1, which features exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. My best bet of the card is in race 1 from post 1. It's Rob. Rob wired going away as a 1-2 favorite at this track, Rideau Carleton, on August 1st, 2023 for tonight's driver, Darcy Clancy. And now Rob is back with rail advantage for his first seasonal start after winning the second of 2 comeback qualifiers at Kawartha Downs. His winning qualifier was August 16th. He's down in class as well, so there's lots to like about the one, Rob, in race 1. He's the current 6-5 co-favorite at the moment, sharing that status with the 2 on a hot streak, who comes in for owner-trainer Sabrina Lord-Bedard of Trois-Rivières. Guy Gagnon was originally slated to drive on a hot streak. He will be driven by Mike Healy. As mentioned, there are some drivers who just haven't made it to Rideau from Hippodrome 3R. Some delays there today, so watch for more about driver changes throughout the card. But those are our 2 co-favorites, the inside 2 posts in race 1. It's Rob for Darcy Clancy and the 2 on a hot streak for catch driver Mike Healy. We're now going to go through the complete changes. There are quite a number. Some have been mentioned already. In race 1, once again, the 2 on a hot streak changed the driver from Guy Gagnon to Mike Healy, and the 5, Chef, changed the driver from Pascal Berube to Jimmy Gagnon. In race 2, reviewing, there are 2 scratches, the 4, Hella's Rocket, and the 8, Century Jazz, and 2 driver changes in race 2. The 5, Bauer Power, a driver change from Guy Gagnon to Jeff Taylor, and the 9, Battle of York, from Melanie Plourde to Stéphane Pouliot. In race 3, there were 2 driver changes. The 1, Bad Apple, changed the driver from Pascal Berube to Loic Guriel. And the 6, Lisbon Sealster, changed the driver from Guy Gagnon to Jacques Baudouin. In race 4, there were also 2 driver changes. The 2, HP Run Detector, changed the driver from Robert Shepard to Stéphane Pouliot. And the 4, Bandura, goes from driver Guy Gagnon to catch driver Jacques Baudouin. In race 5, there is 1 scratch. It is the 5, Well Worth the Wait. Scratch 5, well worth the wait in race 5. In race 6, there is 1 scratch of the 7, Trion de Vie. Trion de Vie, the 7, scratched in race 6. There are no changes in races 7 or 8. In race 9, just 1 change on the 7, Lancaster Bomber, an equipment change going from blind bridle to blinkers. And in race 10, there is just 1 change, also an equipment change on the 3, Jim's Big Thrill, adding a Murphy blind on the right. That's our complete list of changes at this time. and I'll keep you up to date if any others become available. Hopefully that's it, because we're about 10 minutes away from race 1. And we have a worth remembering video to share as well, looking back on some significant races and good memories in Rideau Carleton racing history. Aidan Keeley-Griffith making tonight's suggestion, which we'll get around to shortly. Looking back on tonight's worth remembering at Rideau Carleton Raceway, we revisit with Jessica's Dream and Gordon McDonald.
They're off and pacing. Jessica's Dream and Gordon McDonald have fired up early along the inside. Up on the outside of the racetrack comes the Frenchie's Pride. In between pacers now. Len Drummond is on to be in third. On the far outside of the racetrack, Boris Semelu. Also in between pacers, that's Sting Operation. Dragon Lover is further back at the rail. Then comes GSM Fracca. Further back in the field to DG's Navigator and Roadster. The quarter is up in 27 4/5. We come in front of the grandstand for the first time. Jessica's Dream on the inside. On the outside of the racetrack is Frenchie's Pride. Racing third, Len Drummond. Fourth on the outside is Sting Operation. Boris Semelu is fifth on the outside with Dragon Lover locked up tight in sixth. To the outside goes GSM Fracca, further back in the field for DG's Navigator, and Roadster trails. They hit the half in 57 1, and Jessica Dream is still showing the way, being prompted along by Frenchie's Pride. Right there in the inside, Len Drummond is from third. Sent up 3 wide by Cote. There goes Sting Operation, asked for his best. Sliding out in between is Dragon Lover for Forgy. Saving ground up the rail is DG's Navigator. Sent up 3 wide. Out of the backfield is GSM Fracca. Then it's about 5 more back to Boris Semelu. Roadster trails at 3/4 in 127 2. Jessica's Dream. How much more can she take? How much more can I take? They're midway on the final turn. Sweeping up on the far outside, Sting Operation. Jessica's Dream is still there and trying to get it home for Gordon McDonald. She's an eighth of a mile away, firing late in the passing lane. Len Drummond for Sean Stacy, way out wide. Late pace GSM Fracca. Here is the wire. It's Len Drummond in front. Finishing second, DG's Navigator tight for show, the mile 159 flat.
Race call there from John McMillan, who will be back calling one of our races on Colville Cup Night coming up on Sunday, September 1st, showcasing the next generation of emerging driving talent here at Rideau. Some of them have been driving for a while, some of them less so, but it's always an exciting competition, and we hope you'll be here for it. Daryl Colville scheduled to appear as well to present the 2024 Colville Cup Award next Sunday night. 4 legs of competition. There are 2 more driver changes that I've just been informed of by the AGCO judges. Stéphane Brosseau going to miss his drives, and they are TBA at the moment. In race 4, number 3, Hercules, was going to be driven by Brosseau. The driver is now to be announced on 3, Hercules, in race 4. Also, in race 5, the 4, he's got a Vendetta, make the driver. TBA, to be announced. No Stéphane Brosseau in races 4 or 5 tonight. We're about 3 minutes away from post time for race 1 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early daily double wagering. The 2 on a hot streak continues to be the hot horse here, the favorite at odds of 4 to 5 at the moment for owner-trainer Sabrina Lord Bedard. And note that driver change once again, always worth mentioning as many times as possible when there is a driver change, especially a significant one, because On a Hot Streak was listed to be driven by Guy Gagnon. Mike Healy is now taking the lines on the 2 On a Hot Streak. Taking a look at track handicapper selections from myself and Glenn Pearson, we agree on the exactor here, putting the 1, Rob, on top, driven by Darcy Clancy. And for second, we both like the 3, DA Captain Obvious for Steve Germain. In third spot, Glenn is looking to the outside, and the 5, Chef, who gets that driver change from Pascal Berube to Jimmy Gagnon. I am using the 4, Wild and Crazy, for Ryan Guy in the third spot, and Chef completes my superfecta. So some very similar thinking here on the race 1 field of 5. As we await the race 1 post parade, I'd also like to extend my sincere thanks to the Circuit Régional des Courses de Chevaux de Québec for the Ayers Cliff program that they hosted on Saturday. They had live races at the Ayrescliff track, which goes back well over a century. And some very exciting races, amateur drivers, some professionals, some Rideau horses too, familiar to regulars at this track, like Delicate Sound and Arrhythmogenic, Better Kiss the Men, Delco Dynamo, who was a winner in race 10 in one of the hotly contested Ayrescliff races. Thank you once again for the hospitality. And Ghislain Paquette, a great race caller at those Quebec fairs. My suggested early pick 4 ticket is currently posted on your screens. The early pick 4 kicks off in race 2. And as far as any multi-leg wagers go tonight, make sure that you've caught up on all of the driver changes, equipment changes, and scratches. There are a number that will affect some of the outcomes and your handicapping if you're taking them into account, and I think most people do. The Race 1 Post Parade is now coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $4,000 or a race lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $2,000. They compete for a purse of $5,600. One is the current even money favorite, Rob, owned by Darcy Clancy with Amanda and Richard Pelot, trained and driven by Darcy Clancy. Two is On a Hot Streak, owned and trained by Sabrina Lord Bedard. Note the driver change from Guy Gagnon to Mike Healy. 3 is D.A. Captain Obvious, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Germain. 4 is Wild and Crazy, owned by trainer Benoit Hebert with Elodie Hebert, and driven by Ryan Guy. Completing this field of 5, it's the 5 Chef, owned by trainer Eric Valiquette. Note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Jimmy Gagnon. That's the field for race 1 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. We have 2 other driver changes to announce. In race 4, Hercules, the 3, will be driven by Kyle Forgy. That's the 3 in race 4. Hercules changed the driver from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. Also, he's got a vendetta, the 4 in race 5. Changed the driver from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. That's the 4 in race 5. He's got a vendetta to be catch driven by Kyle Forgy. Thanks to the drivers stepping up tonight. There are a few regular drivers not able to make it in time for some of their races this evening. We're looking at the 8-5 favorite right now, Rob, the 3-year-old sports writer gelding. 9 starts last year. He did record a maiden win here at Rideau Carleton, a 158-1 victory in October of last year for Darcy Clancy. He's a front-end loving horse, and he had a victory on the front end at Kawartha Downs in an August 16th qualifier by 2 open lengths in 158-4. He looks quite good here. That qualifier was just a few fractions of a second slower than his lifetime mark. He likes the front end, and if you look back to his maiden victory, it was from the rail right here at Rideau Carleton. Rob also comes with some class relief. He was in the Ontario Autumn Series at Flamborough in October of last year. Didn't do so well, but that was then. This is now. The qualifier on August 16th looks quite sharp. He's 6-5 at the moment. That's the one, Rob. There are others in this field with plenty of upside. The 5 getting some attention. Jimmy Gagnon catch driving that one. Chef making his second lifetime start. He was second over at 3/4 here last Sunday and closed in the field's fastest final quarter of 29 flat for show. Unfortunately, Pascal Berube unable to be in the sulky for Chef's second career start, but a good option with Jimmy Gagnon catch driving the 5, who is 2-1 at the moment. The 3, DA Captain Obvious, the second choice of both myself and Glenn Pearson in our Race 1 tickets, has a strong history of hitting the Rideau board. He's still a maiden. He was parked first over chasing Bauer Power, the 1-5 favorite, to the opening quarter here last Sunday, but pocketed up soon after, and he was best of the rest behind that going away winner. That's the 3, DA Captain Obvious, currently 3-1. The starter has called the Race 1 field. Last chance to wager on Race 1, including the early daily double, which begins here. 1 is Rob for Darcy Clancy. 2, On a Hot Streak for catch driver Mike Healy. 3, DA Captain Obvious, Steve Germain. 4, Wild and Crazy, Ryan Guy. And on the outside is 5, Chef for catch driver Jimmy Gagnon. They are lined up on the turn and approaching the backstretch for the start of Race 1. The field is on the backstretch. They're off and pacing, and D.A. Captain Obvious striding out for Steve Germain. Battling back on the inside is Rob for Darcy Clancy. Following and landing in third along the pylons is Wild and Crazy. At the back of the field, still trying to sort things out on a hot streak, is on the inside, and Chef is on the outside. D.A. Captain Obvious, though, leading the way to the opening quarter, keeping just ahead of the 3-5 favorite Rob, who sits the pocket. 28-1 that first panel. D.A. Captain Obvious leading the way, but here comes Chef calling on the outside. He's up into second, and now sticking ahead in front of the grandstand. Following that cover now, second over from third is Rob, and caught inside second along the cones, D.A. Captain Obvious. Further back on a hot streak and Wild and Crazy. They are approaching the half now with a parked out challenge from Chef. He is out. That's actually Rob who is chasing Chef as Chef leads the way to the half, getting there in 57-1. Chef now on the front end, and Jimmy Gagnon flat in the bike, getting parked and backing down to third on the outside is Rob. Moving up the cones into second, D.A. Captain Obvious tightening up from the back of the field. Wild and Crazy is caught along the inside in fourth, and second over and parked last on a hot streak. They went by three quarters in 128 flat, with Chef controlling things on the front end and still pushing on the outside. Rob is coming again to make the stretch drive, an exciting one. Chef on the inside, trying to get the job done for Jimmy Gagnon, charging up the inside again. D.A. Captain Obvious coming in. Rob is three wide and needs to get there, but he may not be able to catch Chef. Chef gets the job done ahead of D.A. Captain Obvious and Rob in 159-1. Unofficial results are now posted for race 1, 5, Chef. The race winner for catch driver, Jimmy Gagnon. That's a maiden win for Chef. Second was 3, D.A. Captain Obvious. Finishing third as beaten 3-5 favorite is the 1, Rob. Up for fourth, 4, Wild and Crazy. Hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 1 winner, number 5, Chef. He's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Leader Bayama out of What a Thrill. Owned by trainer Eric Valiquette of Brownsburg, Chatham, Quebec. Eric Valiquette, also the breeder of Chef. Jimmy Gagnon, the catch driver for Chef's maiden victory in his second lifetime start, a 1:59.1 maiden mark. Congratulations to Chef with a taste of victory in race 1. Race 1 is now official. Number 5, Chef returns $8.90 to win. The $2 exactor 5-3 combination pays $29.10. The $1 triactor 5-3-1 ticket pays $48.85. And the $1 superfecta 5-3-1-4 combination pays $52.90. The race 1 rundown is now posted. 3 to 5 favorite number 1, Rob, finished 3rd. 2, On a Hot Streak, was 5th. 3, DA Captain Obvious was 2nd. 4, Wild and Crazy finished 4th. And 5, Chef, a maiden victory for catch driver Jimmy Gagnon in race 1. From the top down, your program should read 3-5-2-4-1. The fractions were 28-1 to the opening quarter, 57-1 at the half, 128 flat to 3/4, 159-1. The maiden mark for winner Chef. Race 2 is coming up, second half of the early daily double. Also exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early Pick 4 wagering available. There are 4 changes which were announced earlier and definitely worth repeating. There were 2 scratches here. The 4, Hella's Rocket, is a judge's scratch, injured. And the 8, Century Jazz, is a vet scratch, sick. There were no also eligibles. And there were also 2 driver changes in race 2. The 5, Bauer Power, goes from Guy Gagnon to 2024 Coville Cup entrant Jeff Taylor. He's going to be driving 5 here, Bauer Power. And the other driver change is on the 9, Battle of York, going from Melanie Plourde to Stéphane Pouliot, who is now the trainer-driver of the 9, Battle of York. There were also changes in the upcoming races, which I'll mention once again for those playing the multi-legs. First of all, a look at track handicapper selections. Glenn Pearson and myself both liked the 5, Bauer Power, for co-owner trainer Gavin Christie. Of course, we selected Bauer Power when Guy Gagnon was the listed driver, because both of Bauer Power's career victories were at Rideau Carleton for Guy Gagnon. Jeff Taylor gets that catch drive as Bauer Power is coming out of a new lifetime mark of 155-4 in a going-away front-end victory from this post last Sunday. For second, Glenn goes to the outside, and the 7, Rideau Parking, for Darcy Clancy, the trainer-driver. That one had the rail for the most recent victory, however, and post 2 before that. Seems to like front-end trips at Kawartha, and I'm not so sure that that's easily duplicated from post 7. I'm using Rideau Parking for third. I think the 2, Bet I'm Shady, looks quite good here for Vic Putty and Jimmy Gagnon. This filly already has 1 seasonal victory on the front end, going away from post 6 back on July 18th. There were a few braking issues, but she was clean in her latest on August 15th at this track, finishing third to Senorita I Am and D.A. Cinnamon Crunch. She's in with the boys, but that doesn't really seem to bother Bet I'm Shady. So Glenn is using her third. I have her for second. To complete the Superfecta, Glenn is going to the 1, Red Carpet Ready, for trainer Jeffrey Davidson, who also owns, and Jacques Baudouin, the listed driver. Red Carpet Ready has 1 win this season, missed by a neck just 4 starts ago on July 11th here. So she does get to avoid some of the tougher mares she's encountered, like Best Girl in Town and Run Baby this race. Could do well on that basis. I'm going to the 6, 364, a horse I'm still waiting on, who had 2 really impressive efforts for Stéphane Brosseau. 364 looks kind of tough to handle from my perspective, but has a real burst of speed that needs to be channeled. So maybe Ryan Guy has some luck driving 364 today, 17-1 at the moment. Somewhat inconsistent with just that 1 victory that was here last year. The post parade is coming towards the track for race 2. The Race 2 Pacers are now on track for post parade. They are non-winners of $10,000 or 2 races lifetime with allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible, non-winners of $600 in 2023-2024. The purse is $6,000. 1 is Red Carpet Ready, owned by trainer Jeffrey Davidson, driven by Jacques Baudouin. We're taking a look at 3, Shadow Dave, owned by Anne Lemarand, trained and driven by Mike Healy. 4, Hella's Rocket is a judge's scratch, injured. The current 3 to 5 favorite is 5, Bauer Power, owned by William Beecham with trainer Gavin Christie. Note the driver change from Guy Gagnon to Jeff Taylor. Six is 364, owned by trainer Marcel Rozan, driven by Ryan Guy. 7 is Hardew Parking, owned by Kelly Scott, trained and driven by Darcy Clancy. 8, Century Jazz is a vet scratch, sick. Here's the 2, Bet I'm Shady, owned by Hut Racing Stable, trained by Victor Putty and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Completing the field, from the trailing post 9, Battle of York, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with a numbered Canadian corporation, trained by Stéphane Pouliot, and note the driver change from Melanie Plourde. Stéphane Pouliot will also be driving the 9 Battle of York. That's your field for race 2, complete with changes. Exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering here. We're looking at the current 4 to 5 favorite, Bauer Power, top selection of both myself and Glenn Pearson. He is slightly up in class after a front-end going-away victory here Sunday for Guy Gagnon. Bauer Power took a 1:55.4 lifetime mark in his most recent start. Looking very sharp. One of the questions today, of course, is how the driver changes will affect each horse. So Jeff Taylor getting the catch drive here. It's hard to say how that will play out because the last catch driver on Bauer Power before Guy Gagnon was Robbie Robinson. So we'll have to see how things play out with some of the driver changes, including that one. If you are playing the pick 4 that kicks off in race 2, note that in race 3, the 1 Bad Apple, Loic Guriel driving instead of Pascal Berube, and the 6 in race 3, Lisbon Seelster, being driven by Jacques Baudouin instead of Guy Gagnon. In race 4, the 2 HP Run Detector going from Robert Shepard to driver Stéphane Pouliot. The 3 Hercules in race 4 going from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. And the 4 in race 4, Guy Gagnon, was listed to drive Bandura. The 4 in race 4 is now being driven by Jacques Baudouin. And in race 5, the 4, He's Got a Vendetta, going from driver Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. And the 5, Well Worth the Wait, a judge's scratch, transportation in race 5. My suggested pick 4 is on screen. I still have confidence in Bauer Power. I think he really was well within himself with his 8 3/4 length victory here on August 18th. Jeff Taylor picking up a very live catch drive there. And the 2, Bet I'm Shady. Some of her issues have been related to early breaks, Jimmy Gagnon, patient with the Vic Putty trained filly. And she has a good post here. So if she can stay flat, I think the 2 Bet I'm Shady is a very strong competitor here. From post 2, she's currently 3-1. The starter has called the race 2 pacers. This is your last chance to play the pick 4 that kicks off here. The race 2 pacers are lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Red Carpet Ready for Jacques Baudouin. 2, Bet I'm Shady for Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Shadow Dave, Mike Healy. 4, Hellas Rocket is scratched. 5, Bauer Power for Catch Driver, Jeff Taylor. 6, 364 for Ryan Guy. 7, Rideau Parking, Darcy Clancy. 8, Century Jazz is scratched, and the trailer is 9, Battle of York for trainer-driver Stéphane Pouliot. The field is on the turn, headed to the start. That's Bauer Power, a few lengths behind the others. Battle of York also tightening up as the field is now on the backstretch. Ready for the start of race 2. They're off and pacing and leaving aggressively. 364 also. He's being taken back now to his inside. Bauer Power has come on to circle around the fast leaving Red Carpet Ready from the rail and between horses and parking out that early lever, Bauer Power. Bet I'm Shady has early speed. It's a 2-horse battle to the opening quarter, which was reached in 28-1. Bauer Power is taking on the challenger, Bet I'm Shady here with the filly on the inside, and Bauer Power now clearing to the front for Jeff Taylor. Tied up in 3rd, Red Carpet Ready. 4th is Battle of York. It's a gap back to 5th for Shadow Dave. Getting rough and taken to the back behind 364. That's Rideau Parking, who trails this field. As they circle to the half now, 57-1, the clocking there, 6-5 favorite Bauer Power has opened up by a couple of lengths over next best, Bet I'm Shady. Red Carpet Ready is following from 3rd. Here's a first over move into 4th now from 364. On the inside, 5th is Battle of York. 2nd over and following 364, Shadow Dave is out there and moving. And 3rd over from the back of the field, trying to get involved, Rideau Parking. The field has reached 3/4 in 126-3. Still on the front end, Bauer Power looking powerful, sitting the pocket, Bet I'm Shady. And coming on wide now, Shadow Dave chasing them down the stretch. It looks like Bauer Power is strong again on the front end, but coming now, Red Carpet Ready is going to challenge him to the wire. Red Carpet Ready and Jacques Baudouin get there ahead of Bauer Power and Shadow Dave in 157-1. Unofficial results are now posted for race 2. 1, Red Carpet Ready, the race winner for Jacques Baudouin. Second, as beaten 6-5 favorite, 5, Bauer Power. Finishing third was 3, Shadow Dave. And closing for fourth, 7, Rideau Parking. Hold all tickets, results are unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle is unofficial race 2 winner number 1, Red Carpet Ready. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Better's Delight out of Film Critic, owned and trained by Jeffrey Davidson of Ottawa, Ontario. Red Carpet Ready was bred by Stonegate Sanderbred Farms, Incorporated of Glen Gardner, New Jersey, and driven to her second win this season by Jacques Baudouin. The 157-1 victory is a new lifetime mark for Red Carpet Ready. Congratulations. And race 2 is now official. One Red Carpet Ready pays $9.60 to win. The $2 exactor 1-5 combination pays $53.40. The $2 early double 5-1 combination pays $59.60. The $1 Triactor 153 pays $95.35, and the $1 Superfecta 1537 returns $372.45. The race 2 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Red Carpet Ready, the race winner for Jacques Baudouin. 2, Bet I'm Shady, finished 5th. 3, Shadow Dave was 3rd. 4, Hellas Rocket, scratched. 5, Bauer Power was 2nd as beaten 6-5 favorite. 6, 364, finished 7th. 7, Hardu Parking, closed for 4th. 8, Century Jazz was a vet scratch. 9, Battle of York was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 153, scratch 27, 4, scratch 6. The fractions were 28 and 1 to the opening quarter, 57 and 1 at the half, 126 and 3 at 3/4, 157 and 1 the winning mile, and a new lifetime mark for Red Carpet Ready.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
And speaking of drivers, I'll mention once again, we have an awful lot of driver changes here this evening, so you'll want to stay closely on top of the driver changes, which are having bearing in a lot of different ways. There are a couple here in race 3 coming up next with Exactor Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 Wagering. The 1, Bad Apple, changed the driver from Pascal Berube to Loic Guriel. And the 6, Lisbon Sealster, goes from driver Guy Gagnon to Jacques Baudouin. Those are the only changes in race 3. We're taking a look at Glenn Pearson's suggested middle pick 4, which kicks off in race 4 with a base wager of 20 cents. It's a $7.20 ticket. In race 4, he's going 4 deep, and that is extra helpful tonight with all those driver changes. 3 of those 4 horses in race 4 have driver changes. The 2, HP Run Detector, going from Robert Shepard to Stéphane Pouliot. The 3, Hercules, going from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. And the 4, Bandura, going from Guy Gagnon to Jacques Baudouin. That's in race 4. And Glenn is also using the 6 there. Cleomax du Haras, a strong winner in her most recent Rideau start, August 4th, following up on the 16th at Trois Rivières in a stake race. In race 5, Glenn going with the 3, Get Your License Liam, The 4, he's got a Vendetta in race 5, who gets the driver change from Brasso to Kyle Forgy. And the 6, Dylan's Bank for Ryan Guy. In race 6, Glenn is using 3. He's got Love My Rockin' Bird from post 3. The 6, Day Delight, who was a strong second to Mythic Gambler in the fastest mile of the season so far in Canada by an aged pacer on a 5/8 mile track. That was on August 18th here at Rideau Carleton when Mythic Gambler won in 1:50 and 3. Day Delight, a strong second there from post 7. Glenn was singling the 3, Sports Activator, in race 7, the final leg of his early pick 4. Again, that kicks off in race 4, coming up after race 3, which is next on the agenda. I have a couple of horses there in that opening leg, though. Race 4, I'm going with the 3, Hercules, and the 6, Cleomax du Haras. The post parade should be coming on track momentarily for race 3. Once again, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering here. A field of 7 pacers. While we wait for that post parade, here's the list of competing drivers in the 2024 Coville Cup next Sunday night at Rideau Carleton. Michel Legacy, Carter Gimblett, the Italian Stallion, Phil Reed, Claude LaRose, Sebastian Turenne, Josh Miller, Mike Armstrong, and now Jeff Taylor. Join us. There's also going to be an on-track only handicapping contest with a chance to win $1,000 cash. That's on Coville Cup night with 4 legs of that driving competition here on Sunday, September 1st at Rideau Carleton. The post parade is now coming on track for race 3. These pacers are non-winners of $16,500 lifetime, also eligible $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $25,000 lifetime or $1,000 in their last 3 starts. Allowances for fillies and mares, a purse of $6,200. One is Bad Apple, owned by Leah Rose Laverne, trained by Benoit Ibert. Note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Loic Guriel. Two is Mr. Fahrenheit, owned by Robert Gale, trained by Christina Miller, driven by Josh Miller, one of our competing drivers in the Coville Cup competition next Sunday evening. 3 is Geisha's Treasure, owned by trainer Vic Putty with Limco Incorporated, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 4 is Rock and Roll Nation, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 5 is the current 3-5 favorite, Beach Roller, owned by trainer Gilbert Mercier, driven by Ryan Guy. Six is Lisbon Sealster, owned by Michel Letarte with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer. Note the driver change from Guy Gagnon to Jacques Baudouin, hoping to go back-to-back after winning race 2 with Red Carpet Ready. Completing this field from post 7, Rockin' My Dream, owned by Alain Martin, who also trains. Mike Healy is in the sulky. That's your field for race 3. Once again, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering here. And we're taking a closer look at the 4-5 favorite, number 5, Beach Roller, coming in off a dominating lifetime best victory from this post for Ryan Guy at Rideau Carleton last Sunday. Beach Roller beat Bad Apple and Lisbon Sealster also in this field. He's going for a 3rd consecutive win. He's undefeated in his last 2 for Ryan Guy. He looks good out there tonight. The 4-5 price reflects his popularity. With 4 wins already this year, Beach Roller does look good in this field. There are other options like the 1, Bad Apple, catch driven here by Loic Guriel instead of Pascal Berube, unable to make it back in time from Hippodrome 3R. Bad Apple left aggressively from an outside post to grab the early lead from Lisbon Sealster here last Sunday. Bad Apple had a pocket ride after the quarter behind the eventual going-away winner, Beach Roller. And the difference tonight could be the post relief for Bad Apple. Glenn, however, has faith that Beach Roller and Ryan Guy are going to get their 3rd win tonight, 3rd consecutive win. He's got Beach Roller on top. He's using Bad Apple 2nd, and then the 3, Geisha's Treasure, to complete his triactor ticket here. Jimmy Gagnon driving that one. More of a closer and getting a little bit of post relief there from post 3. I am using the 6 in my ticket, Lisbon Sealster, 2nd, under Bad Apple, with Beach Roller 3rd. However, my handicapping was finished before these driver changes today, so I'd consider boxing the ticket. I think Bad Apple is having a good year and hasn't missed the board in any of his recent starts. He is overdue for another win. Perhaps Loic Guriel can achieve that with the 5-1 shot. Leaving from the rail tonight, Bad Apple. There is superfecta wagering here as well. And the 2, Mr. Fahrenheit, my 4th choice. making a Rideau Carleton debut for Josh and Christina Miller. The two Mr. Fahrenheit was buried on the pylons until late for Truman Gale last Saturday at Vernon Downs and got loose late, gaining ground down the stretch. He's 6-1 here, and the starter has called the field for race 3. Final chance to wager, including the pick 3 that begins here. Oh, we have a little bit of a run-in before the start. Geisha's Treasure bearing in a bit on Mr. Fahrenheit. They seem to have straightened out. Everybody lining up now. 1 is Bad Apple, Loic Guriel. 2, Mr. Fahrenheit, Josh Miller. 3, Geisha's Treasure for Jimmy Gagnon. 4, Rock and Roll Nation for Stefan Pouliot. 5, Beach Roller, Ryan Guy. 6, Lisbon Silster for catch driver Jacques Baudouin. And on the outside, 7, Rockin' My Dream for Mike Healy. They're in a line and on the backstretch for the start of race 3. They're off and pacing. Bad Apple is leaving strongly in the middle of the pack. Beach Roller also has early speed. Widest of all coming on into third. That's Rockin' My Dream to challenge early. He's caught out there and going to look for room along the pylons behind Beach Roller. And current leader, Bad Apple, as they head to a contested opening quarter. Bad Apple leading the way, 27-1, fastest of the night. And stepping around him to take command for Ryan Guy, that's Beach Roller now leading. Bad Apple in the pocket, followed by Mr. Fahrenheit. 4th is Rockin' My Dream, or he was, because Rock and Roll Nation is out and moving. He's first over into 3rd now. Following that cover into the turn, Geisha's Treasure is second over from 5th, caught in further back. That is Rockin' My Dream. And 3rd over from the back of the field, Lisbon Silster. They went by the half in 57-1, a 32nd second quarter breather for Beach Roller, who is now confronted by Rock and Roll Nation to his outside in 2nd, racing uncovered along the backstretch. Bad Apple is close up 3rd from the pocket, making steady gains on the inside. 4th along the pylons is Mr. Fahrenheit, gapping cover 5th from 2nd over. Geisha's Treasure, they reach 3 quarters, 125-1, buried with nowhere to go. Rockin' My Dream 3 wide from the back of the field now. Lisbon Silster, they turn for home. Beach Roller rolling on the front end by a 5-length advantage. Coming on late, Bad Apple on the inside, Rock and Roll Nation on the outside, and it's going to be Beach Roller 3 in a row for Ryan Guy, finishing ahead of Rock and Roll Nation, then Bad Apple and Mr. Fahrenheit, 154-1. Race 3 unofficial results are now posted. 5, Beach Roller, a winning 1-9 favorite for Ryan Guy. Closing for place was the 4, Rock and Roll Nation. 3rd was number 1, Bad Apple. And 4th was the 2, Mr. Fahrenheit. Hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial Race 3 winner, number 5, Beach Roller, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach out of Rollin' Back to Me. Owned and trained by Gilbert Mercier of Gatineau, Quebec. Bred by Blue Chip Bloodstock Incorporated of Wallkill, New York. Driven to victory, his 3rd in a row by Flyin' Ryan Guy in a new lifetime mark, 154 and 1. Beach Roller, another dominant victory. Congratulations. And race 3 is now official. Prices are now posted. 5 Beach Roller pays $2.20 to win. The $2 exactor 5-4 combination returns $8.50. The $1 try 5-4-1 pays $10.90, and the $1 superfecta 5-4-1-2 pays $34.55. The race 3 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Bad Apple finished 3rd. 2, Mr. Fahrenheit was 4th. 3, Geisha's Treasure finished 6th. 4, Rock and Roll Nation closed for place. 1 to 9 favorite. 5, Beach Roller gets his 3rd win in a row for Ryan Guy. 6, Lisbon Sealster was 7th. And 7, Rockin' My Dream finished 5th. From the top down, your program should read 3-4-6-2-1-7-5. The fractions were 27-1 to the opening quarter, 57-1 at the half, 125-1 at 3/4, 154-1 the winning mile, and a new lifetime mark for Beach Roller. Race 4 is coming up next with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Middle Pick 4 wagering. There are 3 driver changes in Race 4 as we have people continuing to arrive throughout this beautiful evening for live racing. It's worth repeating these changes in case you didn't catch them earlier. The 2 HP Run Detector will now be driven not by Robert Shepard, but by Stéphane Pouliot. That's a 2. HP Run Detector has Stéphane Pouliot. 3. Hercules goes from driver Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. And 4. Bandura goes from driver Guy Gagnon to Jacques Baudouin. All of those changes in upcoming Race 4. If you are playing the Pick 4 that begins in Race 4, take note of those changes. And also in Race 5, the 4, He's Got a Vendetta, getting a driver change from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. The 5, Well Worth the Wait, is a transportation judge's scratch in Race 5. In Race 6, the 7, Trion de Vie, is a judge's scratch. And in Race 7, no changes. It's the last night of the Capital Fair taking place next to the Rideau backstretch. We're going to miss the Ferris wheel and great visuals from back there, and some visitors to the fair also making their way to the track. But festivities continue here next Sunday, September 1st, with the Coville Cup and the Coville Cup contest. You could win $1,000 cash in the handicapping contest that accompanies the Coville Cup. If you pick the winning driver, you could win $1,000. What you do is take your losing betting vouchers, write your name on them, and the name of the driver you think will win the Coville Cup. There will be a box for those entries beside the winner's circle. And the winning driver of this year's Coville Cup will draw a ticket from the ballot box to determine the $1,000 cash winner. You must be present for the draw or another name will be drawn. Again, that's a Coville Cup $1,000 cash contest next Sunday night here at Rideau Carleton. I have a Pick 4 ticket mapped out, kicking off here in Race 4. And Hercules, the 3, has a different driver than I had banked on when I worked out my ticket. Kyle Forgy, now catch driving for Stéphane Brosseau. Hercules getting some serious post relief. He was parked out and had broken equipment at Trois-Rivières on August 16th. So he still has a lot working in his favor. even though his regular driver is not in the bike tonight. My top choice here is the 1-5 current favorite, number 6, Cleo Max du Haras, who was a strong Rideau winner by over 7 lengths on August 4th, and she's now coming in from a stake victory August 16th at Trois-Rivières. And her regular driver, Loic Guriel, is aboard that 3-year-old filly with back-to-back wins. In race 5, I like the 3, 4, and 6, the John McMillan stablemates. The 4, He's Got a Vendetta, and the 6, Dylan's Bank. And also, Get Your License, Liam, the 3, coming in off a win for Jimmy Gagnon, and making a quick turnaround after that pocket ride and successful trip. In race 6, going 3 deep again, Love My Rockin' Bird getting post relief again. He's been trying things from off the pace lately. Ryan Guy driving him again. And he's below the level that he's often competing at here. But the 6, Day Delight, was very impressive, although beaten by Mythic Gambler August 18th here. As mentioned earlier, that was Canada's fastest mile of the year by an older pacer on a 5/8 mile track. Day Delight was second to Mythic Gambler in that 1:50.3 mile. The 9 Carson Star Choice has now been beaten twice in his time at Rideau Carleton, but still a contender from that trailing post. Glenn's pick 4 is now posted. He is singling in race 7, the 3 Sports Activator, very impressive on Industry Day at Grand River Raceway. The post parade will be coming on track momentarily for race 4. The Trotters are coming on track for the race 4 post parade. They are non-winners of $12,500 or 2 races lifetime with allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $6,200. One is Howmack Swanky, owned by Howmack Farms Limited and Brian Foley, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Two is HP Run Detector, owned by Claude Amel, trained by Isabelle Darvaux. Note the driver change from Robert Shepard to Stéphane Pouliot. HP Run Detector also adding Lasix. Three is Hercules, owned by Écurie Provocante, trained by Maxime Vellet, and a driver change from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. 4 is Bandura, owned by Eric Nocini with Clement Saint-Ange, Martin Pouliot, and Paul Lavigne, trained by Guy Gagnon. And note that driver change from Guy Gagnon to Jacques Baudouin. Five is Cleveland Miska, owned by James Armitage with Lucy Waugh, Cheryl McDermott, and the estate of Dr. Roland Armitage, trained by James Armitage, driven by Ryan Guy. And completing this field from post 6, it's a 2-5 favorite, Cleomax du Haras, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable, with trainer Marc-André Simoneau and Danny and Jean Fontaine. Loic Gurial drives. That's the field for race 4, with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick 4 wagering. We're taking a look at the favorite. Understandably so. She's coming in with back-to-back wins. It's Cleomax du Haras, who is a 3-year-old filly taking on Stakes Company at Trois-Rivières on August 16th. She was an off-the-pace winner from post 7 for her regular driver, Loic Guriel. And this filly was even more dominant in her Rideau debut on August 4th. She was a going-away winner here. She lowered her mark by 1/5 of a second at Trois-Rivières on the half-mile track, and she's making only her 5th lifetime start. Her maternal grand dam is Ariane du Haras, second in the Hambletonian Oaks. At odds of 1-2 at the moment, it's a 6, Cleomax du Haras. Glenn and I seeing things a little differently here. It's somewhat difficult to look at advanced handicapping on a night like this and not make changes with all the driver changes going on and some scratches and equipment changes. Glenn likes the 4 on top, Bandura. Jacques Baudouin already has 1 driving win tonight. I'm not sure if Glenn was counting on Guy Gagnon being in the sulky, as he was for the August 18th win here by Bandura. But Jacques Baudouin, a good replacement, winning with Red Carpet Ready earlier tonight. Bandura currently at odds of 5-1 from post 4. And the starter has called the Trotters for race 4. This is your final chance to play the middle pick 4 tonight at Rideau Carleton as they line up in front of the grandstand. 1 is How Max Swanky for Jimmy Gagnon. 2, HP Run Detector, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Hercules for Kyle Forgy. 4, Bandura, Jacques Baudouin. 5, Cleveland Miska, Ryan Guy. And on the outside, 6, Cleomax Duhara for Loic Guriel. The Trotters are on the turn. Hercules, the last to line up. They're on the back stretch and perfectly lined up now. They're off and trotting on an early break. Hercules on a break and also losing ground early. How Max Swanky. So out in front early, that's Cleveland Miska and Ryan Guy coming to the leader right away. First over into second, Cleomax Duhara advancing and now matching strides with Cleveland Miska on the first turn. Watching from third, HP Run Detector, followed in fourth by Bandura as they went by that opening quarter. 28-4 the clocking for 1-5 favorite Cleomax Duhara, leading the way down the stretch for Loic Guriel. Sitting the pocket now, Cleveland Miska, followed in third by HP Run Detector. Close up in fourth is Bandura. It's 3 lengths back to How Max Swanky, who's catching up in fifth and trailing after the rough start. That's Hercules at the far back of the field. The rest of them are approaching the halfway point and getting there, led by Cleomax Duhara in 1 minute and 4/5. Stepping out now to come first over from third, it's HP Run Detector for catch driver Stéphane Pouliot, who is moving into second. On the outside of third place, Cleveland Miska, who sits along the pylons third. Second over and gaining into fourth is Bandura for catch driver Jacques Baudouin. And at the back still, we've got How Max Swanky and Hercules. They went by 3/4 in 1:30 and 2. And HP Run Detector, not enough to take down the leader, Cleomax Duhara, who leads the way down the stretch, trotting strong on the front end, leading by 3 open lengths. Coming on next best, HP Run Detector, good enough for place. And then about 3 lengths back in third, Cleveland Miska finishes ahead of Bandura, 1:58-4. Another new lifetime mark for Cleomax Duhara. Unofficial results are now posted. For race 4, 1 to 5 favorite, number 6, Cleo Max Zuhara, the race winner for Loic Guriel. Second, the 2, HP Run Detector. Third, 5, Cleveland Miska. And fourth was the 4, Bandura. Hold all tickets. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Once again, unofficial race 4 winner, number 6, Cleo Max Duhara, a 3-year-old bay filly by Muscle Mass out of Cleopatra Duhara, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable and trainer Marc-André Simoneau with Danny and Jean Fontaine of Quebec. She is bred by Ara de l'Estrie Incorporé of Quebec, driven to a 3rd consecutive victory by Loic Guriel and a new lifetime mark in her 3rd victory in a row, 1:58.4. And race 4 is now official. Six, Cleo Max Duhara pays $2.40 to win. The $2 exactor, 6-2, pays $10.80. The $1 try, 625, returns $58.10. The $1 superfecta pays $196 for the 6-2-5-4 $1 superfecta ticket. The race 4 rundown is now on your screens. 1, How Max Swanky finished 5th. 2, HP Run Detector was 2nd. 3, Hercules was 6th. 4, Bandura finished 4th. 5, Cleveland Miska finished 3rd. 1 to 5 favorite number 6, Cleomax Duhara, gets her 3rd consecutive win for Loic Guriel and a new lifetime mark. From the top down, your program should read 5-2-6-4-3-1. The fractions were 28 and 4 to the opening quarter, 1 minute and 4/5 at the half, 1:30 and 2 at 3/4, 1:58 and 4, the winning mile for Cleomax Duhara.
Hi, I'm John McMillan. Please join us for the Coville Cup Driver Tournament on Sunday, September the 1st.
We hope that all of you here tonight at Rideau Carleton can join us and bring some friends as well. The Coville Cup, always one of the highlights of the racing season at Rideau Carleton, and it's next Sunday evening, 6:30 p.m., 4 legs to decide the 2024 Coville Cup champion in 4 legs of that challenge. The 2023 winner, William Waugh, having a good season here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to John McMillan for updates on the Coville Cup. And he's updated me again. It's Danielle Belisle's birthday today. Happy birthday to Danielle Belisle from all of us at Rideau Carleton. And thank you again to John McMillan, keeping me up to date on a lot of the activities of the National Capital Region Harness Horse Association. John has a couple of horses coming up in race 5. Next on the card with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. They are 2 of the stronger contenders in here. He's Got a Vendetta from post 4, is trained by John, and so is the 6, Dylan's Bank. Both of them 5-1 at the moment. The favorite is 7, Woodmere Gaelic, 6-5. He had a tough trip in his latest start and finished distanced. He gets a driver change here back to Jeff Taylor, who's going to be competing in the Coville Cup. Woodmere Gaelic was 4th for Jeff, July 21st here at Rideau Carleton. And he's just a pacer with 1 win this season in 20 tries, not at Rideau Carleton. And he's kind of a tough horse to figure out. So Woodmere Gaelic from post 7 as the 6-5 favorite. A little tough to figure out in its own right for me, but sometimes the betting public knows better than the handicappers, especially after all of the changes today. A lot going on here at Rideau Carleton, although this race, race 5, we have some of those drivers who missed their earlier drives coming in late from Hippodrome 3R. I've been told by the judges they've arrived and they will be picking up their drives again, beginning here in race 5. Glenn and I both agree on the 4. He's Got a Vendetta, getting some class relief for trainer John McMillan. And He's Got a Vendetta was a June 23rd Rideau Carleton winner. And that was a front-end trip from the same post as tonight, post 4. The difference, however, was that Canada's O'Brien Driver of the Year, James McDonald, was in the bike for that victory by He's Got a Vendetta. Tonight, a driver change from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy on the 4. So he's 5-1 at the moment. The 6, Dylan's Bank, picks up Ryan Guy as catch driver here. He tried a front-end trip in his most recent. That was on Thursday. He makes a quick turnaround after a show finish there behind Get Your License Liam. And Get Your License Liam, also a Thursday starter here and a winner. And he's coming right back again for Jimmy Gagnon and Vic Putty from post 3. So Get Your License Liam, 5-2 on the board. I thought he might be the favorite. He's one of them who hasn't got a driver change or anything else working against what you see in the program. Another here, the 9, Why Not Haas for Guy Gagnon and Robert Bernicki caught my attention. She missed by a head as beaten favorite last Sunday. In any case, they're coming to the track for the post parade for race 5. And the race 5 pacers are on track for post parade now. They're non-winners of $475 per start in their last 10, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $100 and allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $6,100. Leading the post parade, 1, Chicky Love for owner-trainer Sabrina Lord Bedard. Robert Shepard is in the sulky. Two is Probert's Legacy, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable with trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau. Pascal Berube drives. 3 is Get Your License Liam, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Four is He's Got a Vendetta, owned by Elizabeth Adam with Aidan Keeley-Griffiths, trained by John McMillan, and there's a driver change from Stéphane Brosseau to Kyle Forgy. 5, Well Worth the Wait, is a judge's scratch, Transportation. 6 is Dylan's Bank, owned and trained by John McMillan, driven by Ryan Guy. Seven is the current 2-1 co-favorite Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario with Antonio Belfiore, trained by Steve Belisle, driven by Jeff Taylor. Eight is What's in the Esky, owned by trainer Melanie Plourde, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And completing this field from trailing post 9, it's Why Not Haas, owned by trainer Robert Bernicki, driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the field for race 5. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. The 3, Get Your License Liam, has now taken over as favorite. He's a 8-5 favorite at this point. He overtook pace setter Dylan's Bank and held off closer Probert's Legacy in a 153-4 victory here on Thursday. It's a quick turnaround. That was a seasonal best victory, his 4th win of the year. And he's getting the support now that goes hand in hand with that. The 3, Get Your License Liam for Jimmy Gagnon, the current favorite. The 1, Chicky Love, is a new Rideau arrival coming in from Trois-Rivières and is free-legged. She hasn't raced here this season. She's had some starts with the Circuit Régional. Robert Shepard keeping the drive on her after she finished 3rd to Better Kiss the Men, and she's got the lock on the 16th at Trois-Rivières. From the rail, she is 10-1. Glenn Pearson's suggested 20-cent Pick 5 ticket is now shown on your screens. The Pick 5 kicks off in race 6, coming up after this race. It's a competitive field here. Some of them not a lot in the win column this year. So if you're simply looking to who's been doing it a lot, it's the favorite, the 3, Get Your License Liam for Jimmy Gagnon. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and the start of a pick 3 here in race 5. You'll have to get your wagers in very quickly. The starter has called the field for race 5. This is your last chance to play. 1 is Chicky Love for Robert Shepard. 2, Probert's Legacy, Pascal Berube. 3, Get Your License Liam for Jimmy Gagnon. 4, He's Got a Vendetta, catch driver Kyle Forgy. 5, Well Worth the Wait is Scratch. 6, Dylan's Bank has Ryan Guy. 7, Woodmere Gaelic, Jeff Taylor. 8, What's in the Esky, Stefan Pouliot. And Why Not Haas, the trailer, Guy Gagnon. They're on the turn. He's Got a Vendetta, a little late to line up, as is What's in the Esky. The field is now on the backstretch. Approaching the start. They're off and pacing, and a bunch of them leaving in a hurry, with Probert's Legacy surging out from the 2-hole and coming on widest of all to grab the early lead. Dylan's Bank for Ryan Guy, going to look for a front-end trip like his earlier seasonal victory. Coming to him now, first over from second. That's He's Got a Vendetta approaching the opening quarter. Dylan's Bank on the point, 26-4. Very quick early fraction. He's followed by a first over second. He's Got a Vendetta. Third on the inside, Get Your License Liam. Following him in fourth is Probert's Legacy. Fifth, Chicky Love. Starting up from sixth now, advancing uncovered is Why Not Haas. And it's a further gap back of multiple lengths to Woodmere Gaelic and What's in the Esky. They're well spread out on the second turn, going by the half all alone with a 6-length advantage. Dylan's Bank on the engine, 54-1. Next closest, He's Got a Vendetta, trying to eat into that margin. Get Your License Liam a couple of lengths back in third, and movement on the outside now. That's Why Not Hoss creeping up uncovered into fourth, and now third. Following her cover, second over from fifth is Probert's Legacy, still out there by 3 lengths. It's Dylan's Bank, 122 and 3, but his lead is collapsing, and coming after him, he's got a vendetta for Kyle Forgy. Next closest, Why Not Hoss, also circling for Guy Gagnon. They're coming after Dylan's Bank and Ryan Guy, and now it's Probert's Legacy coming wide around Why Not Hoss. It's between the two of them. Ooh, Probert's Legacy finishing ahead of Why Not Hoss. It looked like Dylan's Bank holding on for show in 153 and 2. Unofficial Race 5 results are now posted. 2, Probert's Legacy for Pascal Berube. The race winner edging out 9, Why Not Hoss, who was second. Third, the 6, Dylan's Bank. And fourth, the stablemate 4, He's Got a Vendetta. Hold all tickets. Results are still unofficial. Now parading back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, unofficial race 5 winner, number 2, Probert's Legacy. He's a 9-year-old bay gelding by Daly out of Outlaw. Cherish a Fool, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable of Quebec, with trainer Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, bred by Michaela Coyle of British Columbia, driven to his 3rd seasonal victory by the drummer Pascal Berube in a sharp 153 and 2, fastest of the night, and his fastest win this season, Probert's Legacy. Results are now official for race 5. Two, Probert's Legacy returns $8.70 to win. The $2 exactor, 2-9, pays $248. The $1 pick 3 ending here, 3 of 3, pays $10.10 for that 5-6-2 combination. The $1 pick 4, $82.65 for the 1-5-6-2 combination. $16.53 if you had that 4 of 4 early pick 4 for 20 cents. The $1 triactor, 296, pays $456.10. The $1 superfecta, 2964, $1 ticket, will cycle back to, it's over $1,500 for that $1 superfecta. $1,516.20. The $1 superfecta. Race 5. The race 5 rundown is now posted. 1, Chicky Love was 8th. 2, Probert's Legacy, the race winner for Pascal Berube. 6-5 favorite number 3, Get Your License Liam, finished 5th. 4, He's Got a Vendetta, was 4th. 5, Well Worth the Wait, was a transportation scratch. 6, Dylan's Bank, held on for show. 7, Woodmere Gaelic was 7th. 8, What's in the Esky, finished 6th. And the 9, Why Not Hoss, closed for place. From the top down, your program should read 815 4 scratch 3 762. The fractions were 26-4 to the opening quarter, 54-1 at the half, 122-3 at 3 quarters, 153-2. The winning mile for Probert's Legacy. In the distance, the last night of the 2024 Capital Fair. alongside our Rideau Carleton backstretch. Carnival-like atmosphere. Our fans at the picnic tables and along the fence outside enjoying that backdrop to the harness racing here in the nation's capital tonight. Coming up in race 6, there's exactor, triactor, super high 5, and pick 5 wagering. If you're new to the races and just joining us, as people often do at this time of year, just to explain, the high 5, you pick the top 5 horses in race 6 in order. The finishers 1st through 5th in this race. The pick 5, you pick the winners of races 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So you must find the winner of each of those 5 races in a row. There is a scratch in race 6. It's a 7. Trion de Vie, a judge's scratch, other. And most of the drivers who were absent for the earlier part of the card have now arrived. We'll keep you up to date on any further changes on that front. The post parade is coming on track for race 6. These pacers are non-winners of $3,800 in their last 5 starts, also eligible $15,000 claimers. They compete for a purse of $7,000. Leading the post parade, one is Howie's Man, for owner Scott Miller, trainer Christina Miller, and driver Josh Miller, one of our competitors in next Sunday night's Coville Cup. Two is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, trained by John McMillan, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. We're taking a look at the 3 now. Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Ryan Guy. Four is No Time at All, owned by Jean Allaire with Gina Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier. Pascal Berube drives. Five is Party Vibes, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur with Pierre and Michel Blais. Robert Shepard drives. 6 is Day Delight, owned by Triple S Equine, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 7, Trion de Vie is a judge's scratch. 8 is Bet's Show Off, owned by Germaine and Margaret Brazeau, trained and driven by Sebastian Turan, who will also be competing in the 2024 Coville Cup. 4 races next Sunday night, September 1st at Rideau Carleton. And completing the field from the second tier, post 9, is Carson Star Choice. He's the even money favorite for owner Écurie Guy Gagnon with Seth McLeod, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the field for race 6. Exactor Triactor, Super High 5, and our one and only Pick 5 kicks off this race. 20-cent minimum wager. And we're checking out Carson Star Choice, going to the second tier. He's been so strong this season at Rideau Carleton, only losing twice since making his debut here for Guy Gagnon. He had a tough trip in his most recent start here last Sunday, an overland trip. Ended up 5th, individually timed in 1:51 and 4 though, faster than his lifetime mark. And the mile that he was 5th in was the fastest by an older pacer in Canada this year on any 5/8 mile track. It was the 1:50 and 3 victory by Mythic Gambler last Sunday. So there's no shame in a 1:51 and 4 mile there with an overland trip. And now he's got the second tier, so he's 6-5 at the moment. Carson Star Choice, 11 wins this year. I'm looking to the 6, Day Delight, 2-1 at the moment, who was very impressive with a front end trip in that same race from a tougher Rideau post. He does look like Jimmy Gagnon's choice here over Love My Rockin' Bird. Day Delight from post 7 actually cut the early fractions in that record mile, finally won by Mythic Gambler. However you see it, this field is going behind the gate very shortly. The starter has just called the field. If you'd like to play the one and only Pick 5 on our card tonight, this is your last reminder as the field lines up for race 6. It looks like the 4, No Time at All, may have a broken head pole. And the judges have just confirmed there is going to be a recall here. The 4, No Time at All, confirmed to have broken equipment. He's headed to the back stretch. It looks like the head pole is broken. In the meantime, windows remain open for race 6. Exactor Triactor, Super High 5, and Pick 5 wagering still available here as the 4, No Time at All, heads back for a quick equipment repair. For Rideau horse players following Tammy Forgey's on-track Saturday night handicapping contest, there was no winner last night, so the jackpot is building. It's at $600. Next Saturday night, be at the Trackside Simulcast Lounge here at Rideau Carleton for that on-track only free-to-play handicapping contest with a $600 jackpot. No Time at All is on the turn with the others. It looks like they'll be trying again after that recall. In the meantime, wagering still open on race 6. Kicking off our only pick 5 of this card. And the starter has again called the pacers, and they're lining up for race 6. 1 is Howie's Man for Josh Miller. 2, Monty's Gone Marble, Stefan Brosseau. 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, Ryan Guy. 4, No Time at All, Pascal Berube. 5, Party Vibes, Robert Shepard. 6, Day Delight, Jimmy Gagnon. 7 is Scratched. 8 is Bet's Show Off for Sebastian Turenne. And 9, the trailer, Carson's Star Choice for Guy Gagnon. They're all lined up with one behind on the turn and approaching the start for race 6 and the Rideau Carleton pick 5. They're on the backstretch. They're off and pacing on the run early. Howie's Man has broke from the rail, and it's a 3-horse early battle being decided among Monty's Gone Marble, Love My Rockin' Bird, and Party Vibes on the first turn as they settle things. Love My Rockin' Bird, where he likes to be on the front end for catch driver Ryan Guy, but working to get there, sitting second. That is Monty's Gone Marble. First over on the outside, Day Delight is coming after the leader, 27 and 3, a fast enough opening quarter as Day Delight moves on for Jimmy Gagnon to take the lead from Love My Rockin' Bird. Following third, Monty's Gone Marble. Fourth along the inside, Party Vibes. Fifth on the outside, Carson's Star Choice. Sixth along the cones is No Time at All. Bet's Show Off getting underway second last from second over, and trailing after the early break is Howie's Man. They head to the half with Day Delight in control, 56 and 2. He leads by a length and a half over Love My Rockin' Bird. Monty's Gone Marble on the inside sits third. Out there, caught first over, racing fourth. Carson's Star Choice with another tough overland trip along the cones. Following from fifth, but lacking racing room, that's Party Vibes on the outside, second over and advancing. Bet's Show Off trying to get underway from the back of the field. That is No Time at All, third over. They went by 3/4 in 124 flat with Day Delight still delightful on the front end for Jimmy Gagnon, rounding into the stretch and leading the way. He's keeping ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird. Coming on up the inside, Monty's Gone Marble. Day Delight trying to bottom out this field, and he's succeeded, finishing ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird, and a fast closing Bet's Show Off up for show in 152 and 4. The AGCO judges have just informed me that there is an inquiry pertaining to the break by 1 Howie's Man at the start of race 6. Howie's Man may have caused interference to 9 Carson Star Choice, who started from the second tier. Hold all tickets. Again, that inquiry pertains to the 1 Howie's Man and that early break, possibly causing interference on the 9 Carson Star Choice. Unofficial results are posted for race 6. The 6, Day Delight, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. Second, 3, Love My Rockin' Bird. Finishing third at 19-1 was the 8, Bet Show Off. Fourth, as beaten even money favorite, 9, Carson Star Choice. And completing the high 5, finishing 5th, the 4, No Time at All, recovering from that equipment break that caused the recall. Hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. The judges are reviewing video concerning that break by Howie's Man and some possible interference. In the meantime, unofficial race 6 winner, number 6, Day Delight, has made his way back to the winner's circle. He's a 7-year-old brown gelding by Better's Delight out of Kim's Royal Day, owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Ontario. Day Delight was bred by Winback Farm, Chesapeake City, Maryland. He's trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon, to a 152-4 victory. Day Delight. The AGCO judges have informed me that the 1 Howie's Man did break before the start, causing interference to 9 Carson Star Choice before the start. So there will be a full mutual refund on the 9 Carson Star Choice. There is a full refund on the race 6 post-time favorite, number 9, Carson Star Choice. The judges have ruled he did not receive a fair start in race 6 due to interference by the 1 Howie's Man, who broke before the start, right ahead of Carson Star Choice. So the new results have now been posted for race 6, the new unofficial results. 6, Day Delight, the race winner. 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, second. 8, Bet's Show Off, third. 4, No Time at All has been placed fourth. He's moved up to fourth from fifth. and 2. Monty's Gone Marble now completes the high 5. He was 6th, and he's moved up to 5th. 6, 3, 8, 4, 2. Once again, 9, Carson Star Choice, a complete parimutuel refund here. So he is no longer part of the high 5 ticket. The top 5 finishers now displayed. He did finish 4th, but he is no longer part of that ticket. And race 6 is now official. 6 Day Delight returns $3.60 to win. The $2 exactor 6-3 combination pays $9. The $1 try 638 pays $42, and it's $94.14 for the 20-cent super high 5 63842 is that 20-cent super high 5. Again, the 9 Carson Star Choice, a complete parimutuel refund due to the interference he suffered before the start. The race 6 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Howie's Man finished 8th after the break leaving. 2, Monty's Gone Marble was 6th. 3, Love My Rockin' Bird was 2nd. 4, No Time at All, 5th. 5, Party Vibes, 7th. 6, Day Delight, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. 7, Trion de Vie was a judge's scratch. 8, Bet's Show Off closed for show. And 9, Carson Star Choice finished 4th but was a complete parimutuel refund due to interference he suffered before the start. From the top down, your program should read 862-571 scratch 34. The fractions were 27 and 3 to the opening quarter, 56 and 2 at the half, 124 flat at 3/4, 152 and 4 the win for Day Delight and Jimmy Gagnon. Race 7 is coming up next on this final night of the 2024 Capital Fair, happening on the horizon of the track. Always nice to see it this time of year, and it's great to see the picnic tables and trackside fans out to cheer on the horses tonight. We had a lot of changes early in the card. There are no changes in race 7 or 8. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering on race 7. If you are playing that late pick 4, there are a couple of equipment changes in the last 2 races and also 1 driver change in race 10. So for the pick 4 players, race 9, make sure to note that the 7, Lancaster Bomber, goes from blind bridle to blinkers in race 9. That's the 7. And in race 10, the 3, Jim's Big Thrill, adds a Murphy blind right. And 9, Giddy Up Max, goes from driver William Waugh to Kyle Forgy in race 10. Race 7 is one of the more competitive fields of the night. 8 pacers here, any one of whom could win with the right trip. I'm looking to the 3, Sports Activator, who is currently 5-1. He's my spot play for the card. He gets post in class relief, returning from Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots, where he was a very close second at Grand River Raceway on their industry day after an overland trip. This is his first start since August 5th. That's my only hesitation. I'm also looking to the outside, Skylar for Jimmy Gagnon. This one known to thrive off those tough posts and off the pace trips, so he's a player here. He's 9-1 at the moment. I'm using those 2 to open the late pick 4 here in race 7. In race 8, I have 3 horses going with the light speed there. He's back after a scratch in the August 18th edition. He was scratched injured. I understand it was a stall injury, nothing major, and he looks good here to continue his win streak for Guy Gagnon. I'm also using Legion Sealster and Early Action. In race 9, Crosscut looks good, some post and class relief since that claim at Kawartha Downs, August 9th. The 3, Light the Torch, coming in from the Prix de Tay, gets significant class relief. And then 7, Lancaster Bomber, intriguing, that equipment change, but he's also getting significant class relief here for driver Josh Miller, who's gearing up for the Coville Cup next Sunday evening. 4 races to decide our Rising Star Driver of the Year at Rideau Carleton, and he's part of that field. To complete my pick 4, I'm going 3 deep in race 10. One of them is the 3, Jim's Big Thrill, with an equipment change there, adding the Murphy blind right. I think the Dog in the Fight from post 5 looks very good off that qualifier for Guy Gagnon, who trains and drives. And then the 6, Always Your Way, Jimmy Gagnon. That one has not missed the board in 6 starts and looks to return to the winning ways he showed here with 3 consecutive victories in July. Glenn Pearson likes the 3, Sports Activator, here as well in race 7. He's using the 2, Shotgun Jerry, as well, the 5, Aladdin, and the 1, Stonebridge Hermes. So we do agree on Sports Activator and not much else in race 7. He's going to Jet Rock in the preferred. So that shapes up for a very interesting race. Early action showing a lot of improvement since his arrival here. The post parade should be coming on track shortly for race 7. The race 7 post parade is now coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible non-winners of $60,000 lifetime and $25,000 claimers. The purse, $8,500. One is Stonebridge Hermes, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin. Two is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 3 is Sports Activator, owned by Lee Cullen and Lloyd Howley, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. Four is Phantom Anchois, owned by Guy Corbet, trained by Maxime Vellet, driven by Robert Shepard. Note that Phantom Anjois is not receiving Lasix. 5 is the current 9-5 favorite, Aladdin, owned by Guy Courbet, trained by Maxime Vellet, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Six is I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained by Stéphane Pouliot, driven by Melanie Plourde. Seven is Gator Hanover, owned by trainer Jean-Francois Maguire with Jean Allaire and Jean-Pierre Nadeau and Jocelyn Marois. Guy Gagnon drives. Gator Hanover adds Lasix tonight. Completing the field from post 8, Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. That's the field for race 7, which features exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. This is the final pick 4 of the card, kicking off in race 7. There are no changes in this field. The current favorite is the 5, Aladdin, coming in from last Sunday's preferred handicap at Hippodrome 3R, where he finished second, 4 1/4 lengths behind Twin B Powerball for tonight's driver, Stéphane Brosseau. He had a tougher post. He had post 7 on the half-mile track there. It was a competitive effort, and he's 6-5 at the moment from post 5. He was most recently a winner on the front end from Hippodrome 3R post 5 in the preferred handicap there on July 14th with that front end trip for Brosseau. He has 2 wins this season, and that's one reason I'm looking elsewhere. I'm surprised to see the 4-1 price on 3 Sports Activator, a 7-time winner this season, with a 151-2 lifetime mark taken at Woodbine Mohawk Park. He's a 3-year-old colt, but he's good enough that Glenn Pearson is singling him here to open the late pick 4. His 20-cent ticket is displayed here. Sports Activator has certainly shown he can compete with older horses and other Ontario Sire Stakes colts and geldings. He was incredibly overlooked on Industry Day at Grand River when he finished second to the Vicar in 151-2 on the 5/8 mile reconfigured Grand River. This is his first start since then, so he's had a little bit of time off. Ryan Guy is back to drive him, and Ryan Guy was aboard for his most recent win, July 28th at Rideau Carleton. In race 8, Glenn is going with Early Action, Jet Rock, and the Light Speed. In race 9, he singled Light the Torch, getting some major post relief and class relief. He had the 8-hole in the Prix de Tay, unfortunately. Very tough trip. The 3, 5, and 6 complete Glenn's pick 4 in race 10. Jim's Big Thrill, The Dog in the Fight, and Always Your Way. The starter has called the Pacers for race 7. This is the last pick 4 of the night, kicking off here. The field is now lining up. 1 is Stonebridge Hermes for Jacques Baudouin. 2, Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Sports Activator, Ryan Guy. 4, Fantôme en Joie for Robert Shepard. 5, Aladdin, Stéphane Brasseau. 6, I'm a Dude, Melanie Plourde. 7, Gator Hanover, Guy Gagnon. And on the outside, 8, Skylar for Jimmy Gagnon. There on the turn, I'm a Dude is the last to get in line. They're lined up on the backstretch. They're off and pacing and leaving like a team. Boy, a lot of early competition as Stonebridge Hermes turns rail advantage into a front end advantage. Coming to him early though, Aladdin for Brasseau, chasing on the outside and clearing to the lead. Settling behind them in third early is Shotgun Jerry, and Gator Hanover getting away well from the outside post. He's single file fourth as they head by the opening quarter. 27 flat. Aladdin leading the way for Stéphane Brasseau by about a length and a half over next best. Stonebridge Hermes sitting third. Shotgun Jerry fourth. Gator Hanover fifth is Sports Activator, followed by Skylar in sixth. Seventh, Fantôme en Joie. And starting up first over from the back of the field is I'm a Dude on the second turn. And approaching the half, it's Aladdin getting there in 56 and 4. A sharp second panel there as well for the leader. Aladdin leading by a length and a half over Stonebridge Hermes. Shotgun Jerry is third, but for how long? Gator Hanover is first over, racing uncovered for Guy Gagnon. He's up into third on the outside now, and following that cover from fifth, that is Sports Activator getting involved as they near three quarters. Aladdin still there on the front end, 124 and 2. Stonebridge Hermes is within range, and here comes Shotgun Jerry, who moves into third, backing down suddenly. That was Gator Hanover at the top of the stretch. Aladdin trying to get there ahead of the rest. Aladdin under, urging up the inside. Here comes Shotgun Jerry on the outside. Sports Activator, and it's a tight one. Looks like Shotgun Jerry gets that 153 and 1 victory, close for second. Sports Activator and Aladdin 153 and 1. That was a very tight finish, and it looks like Aladdin came out on top, and we have a dead heat for place. very tight. We're going to show that photo, I think, after the race. Aladdin held on, and the dead heat for place between 2, Shotgun Jerry, and 3, Sports Activator, who ended up the 6-5 favorite. Finishing 4th, Stonebridge Hermes, the 1. Hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure, unofficial race 7 winner Aladdin, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Shadow Play out of Elegy, owned by Guy Corbet of Mirabel, Quebec, who also bred Aladdin. He's trained by Maxime Vellet. A race winner in 1:53-1. His 3rd win this season in start number 12, Aladdin, for Stéphane Brosseau. Race 7 is now official. Prices are now displayed for race 7. 5, Aladdin pays $5.50 to win. We have multiple payouts for the exactor and triactor because of the dead heat for place. If you had the $1 532 triactor, it paid just $4.70. We're looking at pick 3 and pick 4 combinations here as well. The $1 pick 3, 3 of 3, $26.40. 4 of 4 for that $1 pick 4, $28 and change. The $2 exactor 5.2 pays $8.30 or 5.3 pays $5.20. The $1 triactor 5.23 pays $6.85. Again, the 532 $1 triactor pays $4.70. The $1 superfecta 5231 pays $28.50, or it's $18.30 if you had it the other way around. That $1 pick 4, $28.85, 4 of 4. The rundown is now posted for race 7. 1, Stonebridge Hermes was 4th. 2, Shotgun Jerry was 2nd in a dead heat with 3, Sports Activator, the 6-5 beaten favorite, 2nd in the dead heat. 4, Phantom Anjois finished 5th. 5, Aladdin was the race winner for Stéphane Brosseau. 6, I'm a Dude was 7th. 7, Gator Hanover 8th. And 8, Skylar was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 4, 2 dead heat, 2 dead heat, 5, 1, 7, 8, 6. The fractions were 27 flat to the opening quarter, 56 and 4 at the half, 124 and 2 at 3 quarters, and 153 and 1, the winning mile for Aladdin. Race 8 is coming up next. No changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. It's the preferred handicap pace. It's the last night of the Capital Fair. We'll miss those visuals. Hope that you all got to enjoy what you could of that this season. The next festivities coming to Rideau Carleton and our grounds will be the Coville Cup on Sunday, September 1st. Always very well attended to decide the top emerging driver of the season. The 2023 winner was William Waugh, and as I've been informed in the past by John McMillan, one of the organizers, you can only win it once. So it's a good contest to help promote the driving colony, emerging drivers, some who've been around for a while, and others new to the contest. John has told me that the morning line favorite to win this year's edition is Michel Legacy. He's already had a very strong year here with his mare Sauble Amber in particular. He's one of the entrants in the 2024 Coville Cup, along with Carter Gimblett, a good photographer as well, and emerging driver coming from the London, Ontario area. The Italian Stallion, Phil Reed, Claude LaRose, Sebastian Turenne, Josh Miller, Mike Armstrong, and Jeff Taylor, all part of this year's Coville Cup. So we hope you can join us next Sunday night. The Coville Cup consists of 4 races, a presentation to the winner from Darrell Coville, and a handicapping contest on track only with a $1,000 cash prize. Post Parade is coming on track for race 8, our feature of the Sunday night card, the Preferred Handicap Pace with a $10,000 purse, a field of 7, no changes. One is Flash Cube, owned by Yvonne Mondu, trained by Guy Gagnon, driven by Jacques Baudouin. Two is Acapulco Sunburn, owned by Les Écuries BCL, with Bruce Tremblay, trained by Isabelle Darvaux, driven by Robert Shepard. Three is Legion Sealster, owned by Gordon MacDonald with Christopher Boland, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Four is Revolt, owned by trainer Cassandra Lecourt, driven by Pascal Berube. Five is Early Action, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. Six is Jet Rock, owned by Écurie CSL with Les Écuries d'Orleans Incorporé, trained by Jacques Dupont, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. And completing the field from post 7, it's the Lightspeed, owned by Michel Nollet, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your field for race 8, the Preferred Handicap Pace. Going behind the gate shortly, there's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Late Pick 3 wagering, and no changes in race 8. The favorite from post 6 is Jet Rock, and it's a little interesting because he doesn't have his usual driver associated with so many of his wins. Robert Shepard is driving the 2 Acapulco Sunburn for Isabelle Darvaux. So Jet Rock for Stéphane Brosseau and trainer Jacques Dupont here has 3 wins this season, including a 151 flat victory at Rideau Carleton. He had broken equipment in the most recent Preferred Handicap here, August 18th, with Robert Shepard driving. He was second to I Am a Rocket as beaten favorite, and he was one of the 2 horses to dead heat at Rideau Carleton in this top class on August 4th in the fastest ever dead heat in Canada on a 5/8 mile track. Jet Rock dead heated with the Lightspeed in 1:51 and 1 on that occasion, again for Robert Shepard. So Jet Rock 3-2 at the moment. Stéphane Brosseau looking to go back to back after that narrow victory with the 5 Aladdin in race 7 for trainer Maxime Villet. Here Jet Rock has Jacques Dupont as trainer, and he's coming in off some very fast miles. Not all of them winning miles, but he's got the speed and ability. More of a closer, although he has won this season on the front end as well. Favoritism has shifted, though. It's 7-5 now. It's 7. The Lightspeed on the outside. Who's the favorite for Guy Gagnon? He was scratched, injured on August 18th. I was told there was a stall injury, nothing major, very minor. The starter has called the preferred pacers. This is your last chance tonight to play the Rideau Carleton Pick 3. As the field is lining up in front of the grandstand. One is Flash Cube for Jacques Baudouin. 2, Acapulco Sunburn, Robert Shepard. 3, Legion Sealster, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, Revolt, Pascal Berube. 5, Early Action, Ryan Guy. 6, Jet Rock, Stéphane Brosseau. And 7, the Lightspeed on the outside for Guy Gagnon. The pacers are getting in line on the turn. They're positioned and on the backstretch for the Rideau Preferred Handicap Pace. They're off and pacing and leaving down the center of the track. Early Action living up to his name. Revolt is also one of them who was leaving. Now he's backing down as Early Action takes control for Ryan Guy. But on his outside, the Lightspeed is looking to make front early here, putting Early Action second, just ahead of third place Legion Sealster on the first turn. They're in single file procession past the opening quarter, led by the Lightspeed, 27-2, clocking for Guy Gagnon's champion on the front end, and he's keeping ahead of Early Action, happy to sit the pocket ahead of Legion Sealster. It's 2 lengths back to fourth. Flash Cube is there, coming first over now, fifth. That's Jet Rock. Following him on the outside from last is Revolt as they head around the second turn. It's Company coming now for the Lightspeed. Legion Sealster has tipped. He's first over second, past the half in 57 flat. They're still led by the Lightspeed. Legion Sealster is up to the sulky wheel, up to the saddle pad. He's second and challenging. Third along the cone. That is Early Action on his outside now. Second over in fourth. That's Jet Rock as they head to three quarters. Following on the inside with no racing room in fifth is Flash Cube. Coming third over from near last, Revolt. They went by three quarters in 1:24.1. And Acapulco Sunburn swinging wide for the stretch drive. The Lightspeed digging in. His back class being called upon. Legion Sealster, a very tough effort on the outside. They're closing in up the inside. Early action by a half length over the Lightspeed, holding on for show. Legion Sealster, 1:52.4. Returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle. It's unofficial race 8 winner. Number 5, Early Action, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Huntsville out of Fashion Katie, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms Incorporated, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Trained by Mandy Archer. Driven to victory by Flyin' Ryan Guy. And this is his first Rideau Preferred Handicap victory. 152-4. The third win of the year for Early Action. A horse with a sense of humor. He won with a late move over the light speed. And race 8 results are now official. Five, Early Action pays $8.50 to win. The $2 exactor 5-7 combination pays $43.10. The $1 triactor 573 returns $80.95. The $1 superfecta 5734 pays $281.75. The race 8 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Flash Cube finished 7th. 2, Acapulco Sunburn closed for 5th. 3, Legion Sealster was 3rd. 4, Revolt was 4th. 5, Early Action, the race winner for Ryan Guy. 6, Jet Rock finished 6th as beaten 9-5 favorite. And 7, The Lightspeed was 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 7534162. The fractions for race 8 were 27 and 2 for the opening quarter, 57 flat to the half, 124 and 1 at 3 quarters, 152 and 4 the winning mile for early action. Race 9 is coming up with Exactor, Triactor, Late Daily Double, and Superfecta wagering. As we see some of the last shots we'll see this season from the Capital Fair on the horizon of the Rideau backstretch. Handicapping-wise in race 9, Glenn Pearson is going with the 3, Light the Torch, for Marc-Andre Semeno and Pascal Berube, getting the class drop of a lifetime, coming in from the Prix d'Été, where he ended up with post 8 in that $200,000 race last Sunday at Trois Rivières. A 155 flat individual mile for the race for Light the Torch. A tough trip there. I like him in my ticket, but I'm going to the rail and crosscut for Gerard Vaillancourt and Jimmy Gagnon. This one a recent claim at Kawartha Downs. He made his Rideau debut for Pascal Berube as driver on August 18th. He ended up with a troubled trip as well, I would say, on the outside near the back of the field for most of the race. He was gaining late, though, a 154 and 3 individual mile. And he's a 5-time winner this season. So crosscut my top pick. Light the Torch also, a 5-time winner, taking his mark at Rideau Carleton at 153 and 2 a little earlier this season. For second, Glenn is looking to 5, make it come true for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. Completing his Triactor, he's using the 2, Jaden's Magic Steel for Mandy Archer and Robert Shepard. That one coming in after a front-end trip on Sunday and finishing second as beaten favorite for driver Guy Gagnon. Stung late by Longshot Moonlight Boy. So Jaden's Magic Steel, part of my ticket as well. He's usually a factor. He's another 5-time winner this year. I'm also throwing in Lancaster Bomber, who gets some class relief here. He still has an outside post. He had post 8 on August 11th. And he gets an equipment change that's interesting, going from blind to blinkers. His driver, Josh Miller, one of the contenders in the 2024 Coville Cup next Sunday night. If you can make it to the track that night, we hope you can. It's always a big night for fun, live racing, and deciding the upcoming driving champions from our colony here at Rideau Carleton. Post Parade is now coming on track for race 9. These pacers are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $500. Also eligible, $10,500 claimers. They compete for a purse of $6,000. One is Crosscut, owned by trainer Gerard Vaillancourt, with Jimmy Gagnon in the sulky. We're looking at the 3 now. Light the Torch, owned by trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau with Jean Fontaine. Pascal Berube does the driving. Four is Sunshine Love, owned by Kristen Trudeau, trained by Stéphane Meyer, driven by Mike Healy. Five is Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporé with Stéphanie Gagnon, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Six is 88 Fingers Louie, owned by trainer-driver Ryan Guy with Sharon Christie. Seven is Lancaster Bomber, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, driven by Josh Miller. Note the equipment change on the 7 Lancaster Bomber, going from blind bridle to blinkers here. And completing the field, now on track, it's number 2, Jaden's Magic Steel, owned by Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley with Dwayne Tingley. Mandy Archer is the trainer. Robert Shepard does the driving. That's your field for race 9. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late daily double wagering. The current favorite is the top selection of one of the Rideau track handicappers tonight, Glenn Pearson, going to the 3, Light the Torch, getting major post relief after last Sunday's Prix d'été at Hippodrome 3R. The class relief also very significant here. He's the even money favorite from post 3. My hesitation with Light the Torch is he hasn't been winning much recently, and it may have been a rather tiring trip for him, an overland trip from post 8 on that half-mile track against some of the top trainers and horses on a half this year in North America. We'll have to wait and see. Light the Torch is definitely part of my tickets, however. He's had a strong year at Rideau Carleton, including taking his 153-2 lifetime mark here in one of his 5 seasonal victories. Crosscut, my top choice, is 3-1 at the moment from the rail. Another 5-time winner. And it's noteworthy here that Pascal Berube is staying loyal to Light the Torch. But Jimmy Gagnon, I think, could work some magic with this horse as well, who had a very tough overland trip last Sunday. He now draws inside of that. And he was a good winner on August 9th at Kawartha Downs for Samuel Filion. So a more recent win, an off-the-pace win, something that Jimmy Gagnon often achieves here at Rideau Carleton. Other contenders, Jaden's Magic Steel, 2-1 at the moment from post 2. He gets some post relief, but he loses Guy Gagnon to his own co-owned and trained horse here, the 5, Make It Come True, who's 9-1 at the moment. The one I'd be making sure to include in any tickets is the 7, Lancaster Bomber, on that equipment change. And he's a high-speed horse who I think can factor in here for Josh Miller. He's had a number of drivers here at Rideau Carleton. He's also more of a closer. And post 7, preferable to post 8, which he had on August 11th, his most recent start. Going blind to blinkers, the 7, Lancaster Bomber. That's the only change in race 9, which kicks off the late daily double. It's the second last race of the night here at Rideau Carleton. And they'll be headed behind the gate momentarily. The starter has called the race 9 pacers. Final chance to wager. Race 9, the start of the late daily double. 1 is Crosscut for Jimmy Gagnon. 2, Jaden's Magic Steel, Robert Shepard. 3, Light the Torch, Pascal Berube. 4, Sunshine Love for Mike Healy. 5, Make It Come True, Guy Gagnon. 6, 88 Fingers Louis for Ryan Guy. And on the outside, 7, Lancaster Bomber for Josh Miller. They're getting in position on the turn, approaching the start for race 9. The field is lined up on the backstretch. Approaching the start. And the raw fan pacing, Light the Torch surges out, but so does 88 Fingers Louis and Lancaster Bomber as well. It's 3 wide early as Lancaster Bomber gets marching orders from Josh Miller and steals the lead from 88 Fingers Louis, who's going to sit second early. Then back in third, Light the Torch is single file, and he is followed by Make It Come True to the opening quarter, reached in 27-1 by the 50-1 shot Lancaster Bomber. He's not going to go unchallenged on the front end, though. Light the Torch has left the safety of the pylons. He's first over to grab the lead. Now second, Lancaster Bomber. Third, 88 Fingers Louis. Fourth is Make It Come True, keeping ahead of Jaden's Magic Steel. And they're into the second turn now with Light the Torch and Pascal Berube lighting the way to a 56-3 halfway point. Light the Torch keeping ahead of Lancaster Bomber. Here comes a first over challenger now, and coming on, it's Make It Come True for Guy Gagnon up into second. Third on the inside, Lancaster Bomber. Jaden's Magic Steel is looking to circle now into second, and he's towing Sunshine Love into its second over from fourth. Caught inside, Crosscut is further back as they reach 3/4 in 125 5 and 2. Coming on from the back of the field late, 88 Fingers Louie got the shuffle. They're headed for home, led by Light the Torch, trying to get things done for Pascal Berube. Still charging. Jaden's Magic Steel is up to the wheel. Light the Torch trying to see this through, and he does so. Light the Torch over Jaden's Magic Steel. Coming on late, Crosscut and Sunshine Love, 154 and 2. Unofficial results posted for race 9. 1 to 5 favorite. 3, Light the Torch, the race winner for Pascal Berube over the 2, Jaden's Magic Steel. Closing for show, the 1, Crosscut at odds of 12 to 1. And 4th was the 23 to 1 shot. Number 4, Sunshine Love. Hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. Returning to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, it's unofficial race 9 winner, Light the Torch. From post 3, he's a 4-year-old brown gelding by Always Be Mickey out of Surfer Chick, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, with Jean Fontaine, also of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Light the Torch was bred by Alan Troyer of LaGrange, Indiana, driven to his 6th seasonal victory by Pascal Berube in 154 and 2. Light the Torch. And race 9 is now official. Prices are now posted for race 9. 3, Light the Torch, returns $2.50 to win. The $2 exactor 3-2 combination pays $4.10. The $1 triactor 3-2-1 pays $5.75. The $1 superfecta 3-2-1-4 returns $24.85. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 1, Crosscut finished third. 2, Jaden's Magic Steel was second. 1 to 5 favorite number 3, Light the Torch, the race winner for Pascal Berube. 4, Sunshine Love finished fourth. 5, Make It Come True was fifth. 6, 88 Fingers Louie, sixth. And 7, Lancaster Bomber finished seventh. From the top down, your program should read 3, 2, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. The fractions were 27 and 1 to the opening quarter, 56 and 3 at the half, 125 and 2 at 3/4, 154 and 2. The winning mile for Light the Torch and driver Pascal Berube. Pascal Berube also deserves mention because according to the United States Trotting Association records, on August 22nd, he went over the 10 million mark in career earnings as a driver. Pascal Berube's record now stands at $10,004,998 after August 22nd at Rideau Carleton. So congratulations on going over the 10 million in driving earnings. We're looking at race 10 selections now. Our last race. Post parade will be coming out shortly. Glenn likes the 6, Always Your Way for Jimmy Gagnon. I'm looking to the dog in the fight from post 5 for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. For second, we both agree, Jim's Big Thrill and Ryan Guy for trainer Brian Scott. And there's an equipment change on him, too. Post parade should be coming on track momentarily. There's exactor, triactor, and high five wagering here in race 10, the second leg of the late daily double. The post parade is now coming on track for race 10. These pacers are $8,500 claimers racing for a purse of $5,200. One is Wrangler Cash, owned by Alain Martin. He's also the trainer. Pascal Berube is in the sulky. Two is John Snow, owned by Rachel Burns, trained and driven by Mike Armstrong. We're looking at the 4 now. Officer Jones, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Now on track, the 3, Jim's Big Thrill, owned and trained by Brian Scott. driven by Ryan Guy. And note the equipment change. Jim's Big Thrill adds a Murphy blind right. Five is current 7-5 favorite, The Dog in the Fight, owned by Gestillon, Louis La Tulipe Incorporé, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Six is Always Your Way, owned by trainer Jamie Johnson with Sonia Johnson. Jimmy Gagnon drives. Seven is Big Pete's Style, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Antonio Vecchio, another contender in the 2024 Coville Cup, as is Mike Armstrong. That's happening next Sunday at Rideau Carleton. Eight is Beef and Cheddar, owned by Jamie Copley with Kimberly Eaton, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. And completing the field from trailing post 9, it's Giddy Up Max, owned by David Shea, trained by Vic Putty, and note the driver change from William Waugh to Kyle Forgey. That's your field for race 10, second leg of the late double, exactor triactor, and super high 5 wagering. We're looking at the current favorite, number 5, at odds of 3-2 right now, The Dog in the Fight. He was an easy second with a Sunday pocket ride behind Betts Show Off in his Rideau qualifier for Guy Gagnon, who trains and drives. I think he has some class relief in this field, and he's making his first start since joining Guy Gagnon here at Rideau. He hadn't raced since June 16th at Hippodrome 3R, finishing 5th. But it was a good qualifier, and Betts Show Off closed very impressively tonight for show earlier in the card from post 8. So that could be a good sign for The Dog in the Fight, who was individually timed in 1:55 and 4 that race. That qualifier, I should say, on Sunday. Others getting some attention here include the 3, Jim's Big Thrill. Strong form lately for Ryan Guy and Brian Scott. The 6, Always Your Way. 3 wins at a similar classification here in July at Rideau Carleton, and Glenn Pearson's top selection. And the 8, Beef and Cheddar, claimed Saturday at Georgian Downs and making a debut here for Mandy Archer with some class relief from a challenging post. The starter has called the horses for race 10. It's our last of the night. The Robbie D'Alessandro pace. They're lining up. 1 is Wrangler Cash for Pascal Berube. 2, John Snow, Mike Armstrong. 3, Jim's Big Thrill, Ryan Guy. 4, Officer Jones, Stéphane Brosseau. 5, The Dog in the Fight, Guy Gagnon. 6, Always Your Way, Jimmy Gagnon. 7, Big Pete Style, Antonio Vecchio. 8, Beef and Cheddar for Robert Shepard, and trailing the 9, Giddy Up Max for Kyle Forgy is quite far behind the others. The field is on the turn. Giddy Up Max trying to get in position. They're on the backstretch, lined up for the start. They're off and pacing. Wrangler Cash leaving from the rail from Berube, coming on his outside to challenge early. That is Jim's Big Thrill for Ryan Guy, moving into second around John Snow, who's hanging tough on the inside, fighting back to defend the pocket. Coming on from the outside post early, Beef and Cheddar managed to find position 4th along the pylons for Robert Shepard. The field goes by the opening quarter in 27-1, pressing the pace. Jim's Big Thrill getting a little bit of urging, but landing on the lead now comfortably ahead of Wrangler Cash. 3rd is John Snow, starting up first over, moving into 3rd on the outside. That's The Dog in the Fight. The field is moving around the second turn now with Jim's Big Thrill in command. And here comes the fight from The Dog in the Fight on his outside, 3rd and advancing ahead of Wrangler Cash. Past the half, reached in 57-3, a 30-2 second panel. Jim's Big Thrill under pressure. The Dog in the Fight fighting on. Wrangler Cash live from the pocket. 2nd over in 4th on the outside. That's Always Your Way. Following them on the inside, Beef and Cheddar lacks racing room. Backing down, that's Big Pete Style retreating through the field. Coming on from the back, Officer Jones has some late speed. They went by 3/4 in 126 flat, and Jim's Big Thrill still on the lead, but for how long can he maintain it? Wrangler Cash looking to come up the inside. The Dog in the Fight still coming on. Widest of all, Beef and Cheddar for Robert Shepard, going to steal this one. Close for place between The Dog in the Fight and Jim's Big Thrill. 1:55-1. Race 10 results are now posted. Unofficial results. 8, Beef and Cheddar gets the victory at odds of 8-1 for Robert Shepard. Finishing second, 3, Jim's Big Thrill, the beaten 4-5 favorite, ahead of 5, the dog in the fight, third, 6, Always Your Way, fourth, and 2, John Snow, finishing fifth. Hold all tickets, results are unofficial. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial Race 10 winner from Post 8, Beef and Cheddar, a 6-year-old brown gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Opinionated, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton with Darren Tingley of Ontario and Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia. Beef and Cheddar was bred by Matthew Chappell of Ontario. He's trained by Mandy Archer and gets his first victory off the August 17th claim for driver Robert Shepard in 1:55.1. Beef and Cheddar. Race 10 is now official. Prices are now posted for race 10. 8 Beef and Cheddar pays $18.10 to win. The $2 exactor 8-3 combination pays $58.10. The $1 pick 3 5-3-8 pays $96.50 for 3 of 3. It's $296.60 for the $1 pick 4. 5-5-3-8 combination for the late pick 4, returning $59.32. For the 20-cent version, the $1 pick 5 pays on 5 of 5. We'll circle back to that. The 20-cent super high 5 here returns $413.03 for the 83562 20-cent ticket. The $1 triactor here, 835 pays $64.80, and it's $30.90 for the $2 late double 3-8 combination. There we are. We're back to the pick 5. The $1 pick 5, 5 of 5, pays $589.05. If you had it for 20 cents, it's $117 and change for the pick 5. The race 10 rundown is now posted. 1, Wrangler Cash finished 7th. 2, John Snow was 5th. 3, Jim's Big Thrill was 2nd as beaten 4-5 favorite. 4, Officer Jones was 6th. 5, The Dog in the Fight finished 3rd. 6, Always Your Way was 4th. 7, Big Pete Style was 8th. 8, Beef and Cheddar, a winner at odds of 8-1 for Robert Shepard. And 9, Giddy Up Max was 9th. From the top down, your program should read 752-634-819. The fractions were 27-1 to the opening quarter, 57-3 to the half, 126 flat at 3/4, 155-1 the winning mile for Beef and Cheddar. And that concludes our Sunday night card here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to everyone who played along online or at the track or their favorite OTB. Tonight's handle, $217,645. And live racing resumes this Thursday, August 29th, 4 p.m. post time. It's our last card of August. We sincerely hope you join us for the Coville Cup on Sunday, September 1st, 6:30 post time. And we also thank you once again for your wagering support this evening. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer. Enjoy your week.